Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. I'm just not talking! April Fools! I wasn't muted. Yeah, I mean, this is a great April 1st. Lots of shenanigans that could be had. In fact, I think my basement's playing a shenanigan on me, too. Yes, and, yeah, if, for some reason it doesn't look like I'm wearing a gray cap and black gloves, you need to adjust the Luma and Kappa settings on your viewing device, because your viewing device is out of adjustment. Oh. Well, maybe I need to adjust my Luma and Kappa settings right now. Yes. Sylvestron says, joke's on you, it's April 2nd here. Gupop says, this is the true Justin DVD Morgan. Yeah, and this lab coat doesn't really fit, so. Yeah, it's, going to have to be unbuttoned. I bought it for some costume, and I guess I never sat down in it, but yeah, I, thought I would, try to get you all. There does seem to be something weird about my setup, though. Do I have a light that's out? I don't know. Anyways, oh yeah. Gutbump says, nice haircut, by the way. Yes, the experiment of the long hair was tiresome, so I got a haircut. And now I gotta decide if with the haircut I want to keep or get rid of the mustache and goatee. But I did at least trim the goatee up this morning to match. All right. Let's see who we have in the chat here. We got Gutbomb. Hi, Jason. Yeah, just in time. I was running late because reasons. We have Francois. Francois just finished watching Adrian's Digital Basement. Well, welcome to Justin's Concrete Subterrane. Because my basement is quite analog, but that doesn't fit the naming scheme of everything on my channel. We have Sadmac356. Hi, Sadmac. Sylvestron's Bits and Bytes. Hi, Sylvestron. We have GeoHam. Hi, GeoHam. We have Mac Effects. Hi, Mac Effects. And let's see here. And we have... Stian. Stian says, howdy from Florida. Hi, Stian. We have Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. Yes, I'm all cleaned up for East, including the cleaning supplies here. Don't use on skin. All right, let's see here. We have the VCF East goal. The link is in the video description. I will be going to VCF East. I will be exhibiting. Mac Effects will be there. Yes, I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. I will be in 2C, and I have computers that I'm taking. We will be working on some of them tonight. But despite the fact that I want to change how a particular segment on my live stream works, yes, I'm looking forward to meeting you, Mike. Hi, 1Bit. Welcome, 1Bit says, may you have a blast this weekend. I'm sure I will. In fact, might even witness the first REFA. Because, you know, it's going to happen at some point when you have all sorts of vintage computers in a exhibit hall. Someone's going to have forgotten to check that REFA. But yes, I want to change how a particular segment on my live stream works. But I am slowly getting a few packages. In fact, I'm trying to figure out what I did with 2 boxes. Oh, that's right. I think I opened them because... That's right. One had a set of speakers, and it's over on my VCF East setup table. Yeah, I bought way too many speakers. And the other was... Oh, that's right. It was an MFM control card that I bought simply for the cables, because that was cheaper than buying cables. Go figure. Anyways, I do have 2 items sitting behind me. You can see them behind me, so there's no sense in belaboring the following. Oh. There's no sense in belaboring the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Yes, Gut Bomb. This description will be updated soon in my description. That's an April Fool's joke on me because I forgot to update the video description. Sometimes I even leave myself April Fool's jokes. All right. So the first potential regret we have on tonight's old format Wheel of Regrets is this box from an eBay seller in Pennsylvania. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Pennsylvania. And now I'm, of course, looking for the... Oh, there it is. What's with the dinosaur behind me? I put that dinosaur up for my costume stream where I was working on my Quadro 700, and I was dressed up like I worked at Jurassic Park. And folks liked it so much I left it up. That's also why the Christmas lights are still up. They look cool. Anyways, I guess, if anything, it's because I get those old dinosaurs to work. Alright, I don't remember what's in here. Oh! Hello, Retro KVLT. Welcome! It's a Unix dinosaur, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. One bomb is asking... man, I'm getting people mixed up tonight. One bit's asking, where can I purchase Season 1 of your streams in DVD box set? I'm still negotiating with a publisher. They all want way too much money. Oh, yeah, I remember what this is now. Something about the fact that they don't think any will actually sell, so, you'll just have to go to store.jdmcs.com and check out some of the other merch. Instead. In fact, actually, I sold an April Apples shirt today, so... That was cool. Yes, it is April Apples. We'll eventually get to April Apples content tonight. But if you see me at VCF East, I do have some April Apples buttons. While supplies last. Let's see here. Cut Bomb says if that's a VIC-20. Sylvestron says folded in half. Well, if this is a VIC-20, it's the weirdest shaped VIC-20 I've ever seen, but no. I did something completely silly. I bought a box of 71 floppy disks because I needed floppy disks like, GeoHam says, you thought you sold the shirt today. April Fools. Actually, I when I saw who bought it, because when Fourth Wall processes the order, it actually tells me who bought it. I thought it was an April Fool's joke at first. So I actually logged into my account to see if I indeed did sell a shirt, and sure enough, I sold them a shirt. So, yeah. I'm not going to reveal who it is because it might spoil their content plans, but yes, they do create content. Does Gupom know something that I haven't managed to see yet? I'm going to plead the fifth, Gupom. Anyways, so I have a whole bunch of discs. I was not going to bid on this thing until up to the very end when I realized that we were seconds away from this auction ending. I was expecting someone was going to jump in at the minimum bid. And like right at the almost literal last second, I jammed in an opening bid on this, thinking that I was going to get sniped by someone trying to snipe the auction for 71 various assorted floppy disks. And it does seem as if there's a... I think there is a mix of double density and high density disks in here. And I was the only person crazy enough to bid on it, apparently. So, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Some of these are going to need to be wiped. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71 big diskettes. Ah, 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 ah. I see your note, Gut Bomb. Francois says count down. Oh, maybe I should have counted down. Also, oh wow, look at this. There's also some facts that were in this disc box that might be worth their weight in gold, such as this: types of hard disk drives. Did you ever wonder what all the types were? Well, at least for one motherboard, there they are. Oh, it's a bunch of, I believe, Connor hard drives. There's their metrics. This table will be incredibly useful because we all know Connor hard drives are the most reliable vintage hard drives short of Miniscribe. And that's only a statement I would probably make on April 1st. Actually, I was hoping y'all would realize that when I threw in Miniscribe. Gupom says, now count them in hex. Don't push your luck. 1-bit says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, well, wrong one. Sorry, had the wrong song in mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now that song is really stuck in your head. Yeah, Gutbump says, 1-bit, thanks. Now the song is stuck in my head. 1-bit simply says, YW for you're welcome. All right, so, I don't know. Someday I'll have a diskette processing stream because now I've got 2 boxes of discs. Sylvestron says, hey, Connors, they work fine after you pull it apart and remove the gummed rubber off the head mechanism. Yeah. They work fine after some intensive maintenance. All right. The next box we have, which I think's the one I haven't opened. Yeah. Comes to us from an eBay seller in Maryland. So, hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in Maryland. You're probably never going to guess what's in this box. No one, there will be not a single person that will manage to jab in a lucky guess into the chat. Because I know someone's going to guess Trident card, and I know someone's going to guess if that's a VIC-20, and I know someone's probably going to lob in a lucky guess that it's a set of speakers or something like that. Hi, Frogman. Welcome. A box full of fun stuff. Gutbump says, if that's a Commodore 64. Yeah. Oh, looky here. Inside the box, we have 2 more boxes. All right, now Gutbump says. Sadmax says. Oh, wow. Okay, now I really got the chat started. Sylvestron says, not a VIC-20. +4. Frogman says, wow, it'd be small. Sadmax says, I swear if it's DVDs. Gutbump says, wait, it's DVDs for review. Frogman says, coffee. I wish it was coffee. No. I knew I could throw you all off if I just suggested a few items, including what it actually is. April Fools. It was another set of speakers. I threw you all off the scent for 30 seconds to a minute by naming speakers in my list of items. I didn't think that would work, but it did. Yes, I bought, because I wanted some epic sound when I'm enjoying my vintage computers, because these are not going to VCF East, because there's no headphone jack on them. I'm only taking speakers that have a headphone jack on them in case someone wants to plug in their personal set of headphones to better hear the computer. And these don't. But I bought an Altec Lansing ACS33 speaker system. So there's the subwoofer. It's actually wood. And here's the satellite speakers. So there we go. Look at that. Got a cute little system. So now, 1-bit says, epic sound while playing epic mega games with PicoGus. Yes. Sylvester says, oh, nice. Altec Lansing. Yeah. So I got these for when I set up a table to put vintage computers on. I will have a nice little 3-piece speaker set. So you'll probably see these in scripted videos, assuming they sound good, but yeah, there we go. Because I saw these while I was looking for speakers for my VCF East exhibit, and I wasn't going to buy them because there's no headphone jack. But then I think the seller made an offer, and I looked at their offer as like, that's probably a fair price for these speakers. I don't remember what the offer was. I'd have to click more links. Yep. Now, there are a few more Wheel of Regrets entries that are incoming that are taking forever to get here. Some of which I even thought might show up before the end of Marcintosh, but... Oh, speaking of Marcintosh, the SC30 I cleaned during Dave's stream, and then I put it through the ultrasonic cleaner afterwards. Yeah, the board cleaned up nicely, but we're not working on that tonight because it's not for VCF East, because I don't have caps for it. But what I do have, I am going to have to move these speakers so I have room to take it apart. And I'm going to have to find where my cleaning cloth went. And actually, I'm going to get rid of the lab coat because the gag's over. I'll leave the green gloves on until I manage to break them, though, because I don't want to waste a pair of gloves on a lousy Lumichroma gag. Set those to the side. All right. Oh, excellent. Guess what? Aha! There it is. Ah. Success number 1. I wasn't looking for it, and I managed to find it. It's the power adapter for something we'll test later to make sure it's still working. I was having trouble finding it on Sunday while I was setting things up. MacEffect says, oh no, now he is just regular Justin D. Morgan, not Dr. Justin D. Morgan. Yeah, I don't want the people who actually police doctors of various sorts to figure out that I don't have a doctorate degree and then come after me for wearing a lab coat on a live stream. Bob says, the D stands for doctor. Okay, that we're not going there for a third channel. I know better than to try to pretend I'm a doctor on YouTube. That's how you lose channels. That's it. Oh, hi Jesse, welcome. Yes, I did start a second channel. I don't have any videos yet for it because I gotta make some. But anyways, I even forgot to put it in my description. Anyways, the B. Jesse says Dr. B. The B is for bargain. Yeah. Yes. All right. And actually, that lab coat was from Joel. Hi, Joe. Joe says, just say it's honorary. Yeah. So that lab coat was from a year where we had a costume contest at work, and I dressed up as a mad scientist. And I bought the lab coat to try to sell the mad scientist vibe. All right, so what do we have on the bench? The first item that's on the bench, which I'm not going to test first because, spoiler alert, I've already tested it. It works. And the only reason I'm going to open it up is to install a diode on the logic board so that I don't have to remember the power adapter to run the Blue SCSI. Sylvester says, got to do the full name. Dr. B. Justin Riviera. Yeah. One bit says entertainment purpose doctor. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could be in the sense of Dr. Norton. He's an honorary doctorate of antivirus. Luckily, that other guy didn't make his business name Dr. M because, well, yeah, I think everyone would have saw right through that potentially. Plus, oh, Gutbum says it's Doctorb. Doctorb. Aha, Doctorb. Good one. Anyways, all we're going to do to this is install a diode on the logic board so I can run a Blue SCSI. So Vestron says it's a Simpsons reference. Yes, I have to admit, I have not seen many Simpsons episodes for various reasons. Probably the first of which is I would be so far behind I wouldn't know where to start to catch up. All right, so this is one of the computers that is on my definitely going list. This is the Mac Plus that somehow survived a poor packing job from the Mercari seller. Yes, this is a rare regret from an alternate platform. And Dave restored a case that I had bought for me, so... Oh, Gutbum says, well, only the first 12 seasons are worth watching anyway. It's just a different show with the same character and same names now. Oh. Sylvester says, Season 4, Episode 11. All right, well, I will keep that one in mind. So we are going to... Well, assuming I am actually... Oh, that's fun. I just found a piece of metal. Wait, do I actually have screws here? Oh, actually, I just realized. The one reason why I'm having trouble unscrewing the top screws might be because they're not installed, and thus there's nothing to unscrew. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, sure enough. I don't have those screws installed. Okay, that would explain why I was unsuccessful at unscrewing them. Oh, the one behind the battery door is also not installed. Oh, those are just plastic bits from the SE30. So yes, if you missed Dave's stream, I did a time-sensitive unboxing on Dave's stream of an SE30 that I had bought on eBay because I needed to make sure it didn't get broken in transit or that there was a leaking battery in it that was causing major painful damage, but fortunately it was a Saft brand battery and it had not started to leak. I have not tested it, but I did go ahead and remove all the caps and clean the board so that it would be ready for a recapping when I get a cap kit. All right, so this Mac was plugged in on Sunday, which means I probably should jam a screwdriver on a ground lead under the anode cap, just to be sure that I'm not about to stick my hand into something spicy. Although, I'm pretty sure it's self-discharged, but you definitely want to be overcautious if you're working on one of these. And in fact, you probably shouldn't even be doing this much of opening the case unless you know what you're doing. And if you don't know what you're doing, you should probably seek professional help. And, I mean, you could go to the Doctorb of Macintosh Plus Repair, but you might pay too much there. All right. So I realize a Phillips screwdriver is probably not the most ideal for this, but I have no idea where my flat-bladed screwdriver went. So, therefore, the Phillips one it is. All right, I'm going to clip onto the metal chassis. I am going to attempt to... Arg. All right, hold please while I find the flat-bladed screwdriver, because I actually am going to need something that will actually go under there. Okay, I definitely do not want to use that because that clearly says it's not insulated. Alright. I'm looking for my long-handled screwdriver. Obviously, actually, you know, there is a alternate method we could use here. MacEffect says I need professional help. There is an alternate method I could do here, and that is to unplug the logic board and the speaker very carefully and keep my hands away from the potentially spicy bits. Oh, wait a minute. Where's the speaker connector? Oh, and the floppy drive. Would probably help to disconnect the floppy drive, too. Oh, that's right. On the Mac Plus, the speaker is connected through the analog board. All right. And there we go. We have one Mac Plus logic board with 4 megabytes of RAM. And we are going to install a diode right here onto CR1. Now, of course, the fun fact is I haven't gone into my box of parts to find a diode yet. So while we wait for my soldering iron to warm up, let me go find a diode. I should have some. If I don't, then this is going to be an absolutely quick diode install. But Tom Barber did tell me he would bring some diodes to VCF East with him for me in case I didn't have enough diodes. All right. You know, all right. Another fun fact, I don't remember which box I put the diodes in. You know, worst comes to worst, I could probably steal one from a Blue Scuzzy. Nope, they're not in that box. Oh, here we go. That one. Well, it is a diode. Alright, I'm trying to read the VAT marking on the diode I just found. I think it'll work. Alright, let me read the value just so I can make sure it's somewhere close to something that'll work. It is a IN5818. That is actually not quite what I was looking for. Alright. Hold please while I look up at what an IN... Oh, I guess it'd be a 1N5818. That is a 30-volt Schottky diode. Low drop power Schottky rectifier. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. These devices are intended for use in low voltage, high frequency inverters, freewheeling, polarity protection, and small battery chargers. Oh! Perfect! This diode will work. Yeah. This diode will totally work. Alright, 1N5818. It's rated at 30 volts. Termination power is 5 volts. That's probably enough headroom that it will be fine. Because if I were to plug something in that's providing more than 30 volts of termination power, well, the diode probably should turn into a fuse at that point. Right, so we're just going to remove the solder from that via. Oh, we did not remove the solder from both sides of the via. All right, we will try again. There we go, that looks better. All right, we have the solder out of the via. Now, as a sanity test, I am going to actually test this diode just to make sure it's actually functional. If it is not, do not worry. There are actually several more. Where I found this one. Also, if you are still in the chat, I see the chat has kind of slowed down. That sometimes makes me worry that YouTube is being mean. So someone say hi. Okay. Oh yeah, this diode looks like it's working beautifully. Just Sylvestron says just watching intently. Joe L says hi, and Frogman says yo. All right, Sylvestron, yep, we're here. All right, awesome. Sometimes you just have to check when YouTube aims to misbehave. All right, let's see here. I just want to check something else. We'll search Tinker Different here for diode. I am going to quickly see that was not specific. SCSI diode. Nope. I just want to make sure that I remember the orientation, because it's not marked. Well, it is marked, but it's marked weirdly. Yep. And the stripe on the diode goes... So, if you look at the mark on the board, usually they'll like put the band on the box for the diode to show you where the band should go. But you got to pay attention to the little diode marking beside it. The band on the diode should go towards the side of the box that has the line on the diode symbol. So sometimes I get these components mixed around. So before I told you wrong, I wanted to double check by looking at a photo. And there we go. there is our happy little diode on the board. By putting a diode in this location, that will allow the plus to deliver termination power. I don't know why Apple ultimately decided to not ship the plus with that installed. Maybe they thought that I guess maybe they decided they'd rather just have you use devices with external termination. I don't know. There we go. I think that looks good. Let me clean the flux off of it. Actually, let me just look at it here real quick first. Oh yeah, there we go. I think that looks good. So there's the diode in the board. I guess let me see if I can move out. Should focus now. So there, CR1. I guess I got the board upside down in your perspective. There we go, CR1. There's the, hold on. My preview on the camcorder is backwards to what you see. There we go, there's that. Now, if I plug a blue SCSI into the SCSI port, I do not need a USB power adapter to power the blue SCSI. And because I don't want to get to VCF East and then realize that I forgot the power adapter, I decided I would just go ahead and install a diode there. And now I'm going to clean the flux off the board. There we go. Actually, I'm going to all right, just wanted to touch that up. It didn't look quite as nice as I wanted it to, so let me grab another Q-tip, clean the board off again, make sure I got all the solder bits off of the board. There we go. And I'm just going to look at that under a microscope real quick. Yep. All right. Those are adequate solder joints. They're adequate. All right. Oh, hey, Mike's Mess. Welcome. We have Mike's Mess here. Mike's Mess says, ah, yes, always the last minute. I should have done this last year stuff for a VCF event. Yeah. Yes, this is my almost last minute. Let's repair some stuff stream. Although, so this Mac Plus is going to go to VCF East with a totally loose battery holder. In fact, I'm not even going to put a battery in here. I will just totally have to set the clock every time I boot it. And that's just the way it's going to be. because I think I've heard Gutbomb updated his Mac Plus battery holder dealy-doo, and I think I need to ask him for the updated model so that I can print the latest version and then install that. Mike's Mess says batteries are overrated. Yeah. Francois says, so I just received a Roadstar CTV 552 10-inch TV. Half the price the first one I bought, and this one is in perfect shape, has the rotating stand and remote control, perfect for my Auric Atmos. Nice. Yeah, one of my neighbors gave me a 32-inch flat panel TV, and spoiler alert, I'm using that for my 8-bit systems on my display, because the thing is, if I take a CRT TV, then I would not be able to fit as many 8-bit systems on one table as if I use a flat panel display. Oh, Gutbomb says, I'm not sure which. I'll need to do more work on it. I think I want to do the version that you plug into an RGB to HDMI, and it's got the battery. Ah, yeah, Dave put that on it for me. So Dave retrobrited this case and did some restoration work on it. And before he sent it to me, he's like, can I put a ready for PowerPC upgrade sticker on it? And I was like, sure. So yeah, this is the world's first Mac Plus ready for a PowerPC upgrade. It just requires the absolutely unobtainium PowerPC upgrade module. Oh, Gutbomb says, oh, I mean, there are some analog boards where it doesn't fit, but I'm not aware of all the revisions, so I need to do more research. All right, well, maybe after VCF East, I'll open this back up and see what analog board's in it, and we can compare notes. Because if I'd known that before I closed it, I would have done it before then. All right. So we have the Mac Plus here. It is, it should be working. I am going to go grab the Blue SCSI and the keyboard and the mouse. So we can see if this boots. It should be able to boot without a power adapter. Now, the cool thing about this Plus, hopefully, I'm hoping this will work. I haven't actually tested this part of it yet, but I am going to have both a Mac recorder as well as a cache recorder, and I'm going to have them both hooked up to this Plus with the software installed. Because the theme of the show is the sound of vintage, so I figured microphones should be fair game. Mike says should be working. Famous last words. Yeah. Well, it worked on Sunday when I last tested it. Oh. It would help if I turned the smart outlet on. There we go. All right. Jeremy says, to anyone that goes to VCF East, please let me know. Well, I will be at VCF East, but if you're looking for someone to look for something for you at consignment, Well, I might not be the best person because I'll be at it exhibiting. All right, so let's see if I can get Droid Cam to work. Let's see here. Where did I put Droid Cam? There it is. Ah, there we go. So, flicker warning. It's going to flicker. So, on the Mac Plus, I have the Mac Pack image installed. Jeremy is looking specifically for a Mac Plus keyboard. Oh, Jeremy. I have a box of stuff for you, and I think there is a keyboard in it for you. So if this is more of a case of I need to go upstairs and look to see what the keyboard is, I think it's a Mac Plus keyboard. From a bunch of stuff Retro Tech Chris got. If it's a case of I need to send you the keyboard, then you might have what you need and just need to have me send you the keyboard. But I'll go upstairs and check. Or, well, probably check tomorrow. Anyways, there we go. We have the Mac Pack. We have games. It booted from the Blue SCSI. I think I booted macOS 7.1.2. Means I got 2,885K of memory. And now the one thing I did do, because the Mac Pack doesn't include it, I do have the Mac Recorder software on the image. So, yeah. Anyways, so if someone wants to check out the... Mike says, dude, take that thing down to 608 and you'll have tons more RAM available. Oh. There was a reason why I didn't take it down to 608 yet. All right, let's take it down to 608. I was doing something in Basilisk, and I actually needed System 7 for it to work. I think actually now I can... The only problem with the System 8 on this image is it has no clock control panel. Although then again, it wasn't showing the clock, so maybe that's no problem. Probably boot faster, too. No. Let's use a normal screen. I don't know what that's all about. I think this image is designed to run on a Mr. FPGA. And, oh, there we go. 3.5 megs. That's better. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this image is on archive.org. I think it's also on the Garden. I think the thing is, they loaded it up assuming you would be running it on a Mr. FPGA that has more processing power than an actual Plus. But the cool thing is, though, the image will actually run on a Plus if you just drop it on an SD card, name it right, and put it in a Blue SCSI. It's got the correct formatting partition. It's correctly formatted to run directly on a drive. Anyways, there we go. It's the Mac Plus. It'll have some games on it. It'll have the Mac recorders plugged into it. It's the one Dave restored. So if you look really closely there, you can see a seam from where there was a crack here. But yeah, it looks pretty nice. That's the keyboard that came with it. It had the keyboard protector on it, so I'm just going to leave the keyboard protector on it. Yeah, you can barely tell. In fact, I'm not going to actually mention that unless anyone asks. Although if I put a sign up, I may, I'm going to put on it that Dave helped with it, but I'm not going to let anyone know what. Well, I'll let them know he retrobrighted it probably, but I'm not going to admit to there's repairs on it. And we'll see if anyone notices. If you're in my chat, well, you'll probably notice because I told you. But anyways, so I don't think that's a platinum mouse. I can't tell. I think that might be a platinum keyboard. Kind of tough to tell with the protector on it. Yeah, maybe that is. Mike says I'll notice and point it out to everyone at the show. Thanks, Mike. I knew I could count on you. All right, there we go. It's the Mac Plus. And now I don't have to worry about forgetting the termination resistor, or the 5-volt power adapter. Yep, that's all I needed to do to this was install a diode. Sometimes the nice systems are the ones that are already working. I mean, and technically, I didn't really need to put the diode there, but that's I don't want to forget the power adapter item. Mike says, neat, I'm selling both of my pluses at consignment this year. Well, I already have enough pluses, or I would ask you what you want for it to... But I already have enough, so I'll let other people enjoy them. All right, the next computer, which I believe should be in the category of it works, but I need to make sure it works. Is this TI-99 4A? So I have... Oh... Yeah, Gupbomb says, that video of you and Steve with the Mac Plus where the Rifa blows up, chef kiss. Funniest thing I've ever seen. Yeah. Yeah, it's why I always joke that if you're testing a Macintosh Plus for the first time, step 1, ask Steve to sit beside it. Step 2, plug it in. Step 3, walk away. Mike says, sometimes the best things in life aren't scripted. But unfortunately, step 0 is Steve is going to know you're up to something because there's a Mac Plus sitting on a table with nothing around it. I wonder if I should take these absolutely horrible game controllers from TI so that people know how bad the system was. Actually, I probably will, because... sometimes you just have to know how awful first-party accessories were. Mike says, I'm selling my SE Super Drive too. Ooh. Mike says the TI-99-4 did have some cool games on it. All right. So I've got a table of 8-bit computers. I wanted to put a CRT TV on the table along with them, but I realized very quickly that if I bring my CRT TV to plug into the 8-bit computers, that 3 things were true. Number 1, I would not be able to fit as many 8-bit computers on the table as if I used a flat panel TV. Number 2, the CRT TV I was going to bring is kind of heavy for its size. And number 3, the CRT TV I was going to bring actually has slightly worse video quality than the flat panel TV, despite the fact that I think the flat panel TV is 10 years newer. I can't make that stuff up. Ah, we have the big bad biologist here. Hi, John. Looking forward to seeing you this weekend. All right. Yes, I am too. Gupbum says, I have a TI-99-4A and I haven't done anything with it other than just installing a Pico PSU in it and testing to see if it worked. All right. Well, so the 8-bit computers I am bringing, I know this may shock and surprise some of you, but the 4 8-bit computers that have made the cut, and this is partially due to what I have displays for and what I don't, and how much room they take up on a TV. But the 4 8-bit computers that have made the cut right now are the TI-99-4A, the Color Computer 2. Okay, brace yourself, Gut Bomb. A VIC-20. And the Yamaha CX-5M music computer. Because unfortunately, the apples take up too much room. Okay, yes, and technically the TI-99-4A is, yeah, it is a 16-bit computer. My bad. Okay, so on the 8-bit and 8-bit look-alike table, see how I dug myself out of that hole there? Yes, we will have a 16-bit computer on the table. Sylvestron says, I have a TI-99-4A on my queue to fix up. I think it's one of the cost-reduced versions, though, so I don't know what implications there'll be. Yeah, Mike says, technically it's a 16-bit computer, but it works worse than most 8-bits do. Yeah, that's the irony. Tom Barber says, there's an imposter among us. Yeah. I will see if anyone notices. Although, technically, the reason why I'm bringing this is I'm bringing 3 computers from the book, Basic Programming for Kids, which is my first programming book. And yes, if I remember to bring it, I am going to bring a copy of the book as well. And that the TI-99-4A is one of the computers that the book supports. The VIC-20 is another, and the Color Computer 2 is a third. Now, the Yamaha computer I am bringing because the theme of the show is the sound of vintage, and it's a music computer, so there. I think the examples in the book will probably work on it, because it does have basic. But anyways, all right, the first thing I am doing, I am checking the pinout of the video cable, because I want to know if any of these signals have 5 volts on them. Because if so, then that means the TI-99-4A is sending out 5 volts to a potential RF modulator, and I will need to insulate the connector on one of these cables to prevent the 5 volts from shorting to something that I don't want it to. So, all right, the yellow wire, I don't see anything on it. Oh, wait. Oh, it'd probably help if I was in voltage mode. There we go. All right, so the yellow wire, I see about 0.7 volts on it. So that probably means it's video. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Although sometimes these computers have slightly different pinouts, so I'm not assuming that video is yellow. All right, the red plug has 0 volts on it. So that probably means it's connected to ground. Probably just not used. All right, the black connector has 3 volts on it. That's weird. Oh, buddy, there we go. The white connector has 12 volts on it. I might need to look up the pinout of the connector on the TI-99 4A because that seems weird. I was not expecting to see 3 volts on a connector. Yeah, all right, so the black one, I definitely need to insulate because there is 12 volts on it. That is going to be the voltage for an RF modulator, and I definitely do not want to short that to ground. So let me start taking notes here. Mike says, it's technically correct. The best kind of correct, yes. All right, so far I have found that for the... Oh, no. For the CX5M, I have made a typo on my notes. I'll have to recheck that one. Tom says, if I recall, the pins for the composite on the DIN connector is the same between the C64 and TI-99. So if composite works on the Commodore, it should also work on the 99. But yeah, verify because I've been wrong before. Yeah. Well, the problem is, Tom, that most of the actual Commodore cables have 3 connectors, and this one has 4. So I think one of them is not connected to anything on a lot of systems. Plus, I know that a lot of these systems have an RF modulator power, which the Commodore 64 is not going to have because it's got a built-in modulator. So as I found, the Yamaha music computer has 5 volts on the white jack. And I'm pretty sure that's RF modulator power. Here we go. So pin 2 on all of them is ground. Yep, I figured that was the case. So pin 1... Actually, you know, maybe what I should do is check the... Maybe I should just check the pin out. That will probably work. Yeah, Jeremy says you are correct. Shared ground on all of them. Yeah, I want to check because I don't want to blow anything up. And if there's any of them, if any of them have power, then yeah, I'm going to put heat shrink over that connector. I ideally would have liked to have bought 3-pin connectors, or 2-pin ones even, but the 4 connector ones are way easier to find and cheaper because you can just buy them from Amazon. I find it funny, they call them like stereo connectors, but the thing is, I've never seen a home stereo system use a DIN 5. Alright, Jeremy's saying, yep, I know. So the pinout I'm looking at, I think, is the jack on the computer, I believe. So I think that means that this is going to be pin All right. Where's the video out? Pin 4. So I think pin 4 is this one here on the plug, because it's on the other side on the jack. And no. Hold, please. I'm having trouble. I need a hook. Or maybe I could do this. All right. Let's see. So there's the video jack. There's the beep mode. I think this is pin 4. No. That is pin 4. Pin 5. Pin 5 is audio input. Is that maybe the black one? No. The red one's pin 5. Alright, let me write this down somewhere, and I have nothing to write with. So, I think red is pin 5 and yellow's pin 4. Which I guess makes sense. So, red, yellow, and then that probably means white is audio out, which is going to be pin 3. Yes. That must be luminance. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, so on the VIC-20... So... Alright, I think the black one is the one that's got the... Actually, you know, here's another way I can double check this. Alright, so let me take the TI-99 where I can actually see the connector. We know that pin 2 is the middle pin. That's ground. So if I turn this on, and I check pin 1, which I believe is going to be this one here. No, it's not. I think I got the colors all wrong. Oh, it would help if I turned on voltage. Never mind. So... Alright, so this pin here, which I think is... Oh, please. I am getting totally confused. This page I'm looking at, it does... Thomas Armstrong says... Use an alligator clip between your probe... Oh, of course. I should have done... Alright. Yeah, the colors... Okay, problem number 1. The webpage I'm looking at, I am Okay, Thomas. I'm Jeremy. I'm trying to use a voltmeter to double check. I know you're trying to get me to. I don't know. I'm getting confused. I'm babbling because I'm getting confused because these diagrams. This diagram I'm looking at is awful. It doesn't say whether it's from the plug side or the jack side. Very clearly, it says it's from the jack. All right, if it's from the jack, then that means this is pin 1, which I can definitely confirm that there's 12 volts on it. All right, there's 12 volts on that pin, so pin 2 is ground. Let's see, so pin 4 is video out, which should be that one there, and I think I'm going to see that as about 0.7 volts, which I do. And audio out is pin 3, which looks like it's about 1 volt DC. Yeah, that's probably about correct. All right, and then that's 0 volts. So I think pin 5 is probably not connected on this. Okay. Okay, so there's that. Sorry, I'm trying to find a marker. I know better than to trust myself to remember. So, pin 2 is ground. All right, now let's do this. So now, I would like to just know what the pin out of this cable is, because I have several of them. So that then it will make it easier for me to just use them in the future. All right, so I have the ground multimeter clipped to. I got so the yellow is video out. Video out should be pin 4, which should be this one here. Which would help if I was in ohms mode. Well, it says 1 ohm. That's probably... Okay, it's not the greatest cable. Okay, so yellow is video. So it's... Yellow is pin 4. Alright, pin 5. Or, let's do this. Alright, so red... I think red might be pin 5. Yes. Red is pin 5. Black is probably going to be pin 1. No, it's not. Black is pin 3. Which means pin 1 is going to be white. That would make sense. Pin 1 is usually luminance. Yes, pin 1 is white. Now, hopefully they didn't change these cables between runs, because I have like 3 more of... I've got 2 more of them upstairs and 1 on the way. All right, now that we've gone through that experiment... we'll see you later, Thomas. All right. So for this computer, I believe we are going to see if the pinout is the way I think it is. I think pin 1 is... So pin 1 is going to be... if it's matching the C64, it's going to be luminance or like... actually, it's probably going to follow the VIC-20. That is probably the RF modulator. If I had to guess, we'll double check. Pin black is going to be audio out. Yellow is video, and then red, probably on this computer, is going to be nothing. All right, so I am going to actually plug this in back into the... All right, we'll plug it back in. All right, we'll turn it back to voltage, DC. I'll turn it on, and we're going to double check voltages. All right. This is how we make sure that I don't fry anything. All right, so white is 12 volts. Yep, white is definitely RF output. So for the TI-99-4A, I am definitely going to have to put something over the white connector. Okay, the yellow should be video. No, I'm seeing 190 millivolts. Okay, maybe that's just because I don't have anything plugged in. Alright, so red is nothing, and black should be 0.7 volts. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a voltage drop with the cable plugged in. All right, so let's do this. So the white connector on this definitely does appear to be RF modulator. So how about let's do this. Take a section of... Oh, that's not big enough. All right. All right. So I'm going to take a section of heat shrink tubing. And I'm going to put it over the middle pin here, and then I'm going to turn on my hot air station. And I am going to shrink that really quickly. Don't worry, for anyone thinking that I'm going to do this to all my connectors, no. Only some of them. Alright, there we go. So now I have a connector that looks like this. Because that's where the 5 volts is going to be. And now, just to kind of keep that from causing me headaches, I'm going to fold it over. And then I'm going to put a larger piece of heat shrink over top of that. And that will then hold it in place. And the thing is, if I ever need to remove it, I could probably remove it with some moderate difficulty, but there we go. All right, I'm going to heat shrink, not on frame to keep from melting the computer's plastic, because that would be travesty. Hold, please. Trying to do this without melting any ancillary things. All right, I guess that's just going to be how it looks. All right. All right, there we go. There we go. We have one jack that would have power on it, and that should keep it from being able to short into anything. Well, that was embarrassing. All right, that was a fail. All right, now that I have made the world's worst contraption for keeping me from shorting things that shouldn't be shorted, well, all right, well, let's go. All right, let me zoom out so you can see what I'm doing. All right, let's see if maybe the problem was the heat shrink I used was too big. Nope, that's not. There we go. How about we'll do that? I'll fold it over that way. Now, that... Oh, and I've managed to once again start to melt my RGB to HDMI cable. Okay, good. That's actually staying on there. All right, now... So I have a piece that will work as a cone of shame. AKA a... Don't use this, because it will cause painful, massive repairs. There we go. Let's try that now. I think the problem was I didn't put this far enough down so that there was a section for it to cling to that it would not be able to back off of later, so... All right, there we go. There's that. And now, just to make absolutely sure that I have precluded any possibility of me making a silly mistake or this coming apart. Ask me after VCF East if this secure contraption falls apart. There we go. Now that's not going to hurt anything. Famous last words. There we go. That is not coming apart. And now, I'm going to plug the yellow and black cables into my CRT TV that I have set up beside my streaming bench so that I can make sure that I have identified the two correct pins. So, yellow and black. Awesome. Alright, turn it on. Wait, did I unplug it? Oh, there we go. Nope, it's plugged on. Plugged in. Alright, let's turn on. Oh, there we go. Let me give you the courtesy of a droid cam. Alright. Let me launch droid cam. And let me show the droid cam. Oh, hold please. Alright, let me restart droid cam. There we go. Press the key to begin. And 2 for Munchman. Oh, wait. Does Munchman have music? Are you ready? Yes. It's very difficult to play Munchman upside down. Are you ready? Wow, absolutely captivating soundtrack. Oh, you know, I'm wondering if I misidentified the audio connection. Yeah, the sound of silence. Oh, did I mute the TV by chance? Oh, that's not the right remote control. There we go. All right. Mute. Nope, it would say mute there. That should be turned all the way up. All right, hold please. So, all right, it's not going to be the white one. That was the RF. So, is it maybe the red one? Maybe the TI-99-4A uses a different pin for audio out. Or maybe Munchman has no sound. Alright. Okay, I really do need to pick some of the bubble wrap up off the floor. Alright, am I ready? Yes. Really captivating soundtrack. Alright. What blew up? Well, I'm trying to play a game with sound on the TI-99 4A, and Munchman does not seem to have a soundtrack. Alright, fine. We'll go into TI Basic. Let me see if I can find a quick basic program for the TI-99 that'll play a sound. Here we go. Compute's Guide to the TI-99 4A Sound and Graphics. Alright, that should theoretically mean there is a basic program I can type in. Page 115, maybe. Maybe a really short program. Oh, here we go. All right, 100 for F equals 110 to 1760 step 50. Call sound $500 F0. Next. Oh, whoops, all right. Didn't like something about that line. 500 F0. Oh, wait. Using the call sound subprogram. I don't think I've got call sound on this computer. Oh, does this book require a cartridge I don't have? Page 6, what you'll need. Okay, you'll need a color monitor, joysticks, the extended basic command module. All right. Let me see if I can find another program. One that doesn't require the extended basic. Yeah, I stepped on bubble wrap. Sorry about that. You mean like music? Not many TI games had music. Well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe this... I don't have any games that have music. Makes for a very boring system. Alright, do I... Yeah, I don't have the extended basic cartridge. Oh, wait. No, actually, I think that's an Atari cartridge. Never mind. All right, maybe I'll just have to, like, not know that I have sound working. I just want a simple program that I can just have it make a sound. That's it. That's all. I have Munchman. I thought I had something else for it. Let me go. All right, let me go see if I can find. Yeah, Mike says, "Wow, large library." Yeah. All right, let me. I'll be right back. Let me go see if I have any other. I thought I had a few other cartridges, but Munchman's the only one where I know where it is, right offhand. Let me take a short break, and I'm gonna see if I can find the other cartridges that I thought I had, and either confirm they are TI-99 4A cartridges, or that I'm thinking about a stack of Atari cartridges. So I'll be right back. Oh, Mike says Munchman should have sound effects. Oh. Oh, really? Oh. Maybe I prematurely thought the... All right. Press any key to begin. 2 for Munchman. Press any key to begin. Are you ready? Yes. No, I don't hear anything, and the TV is turned up. Should sound like Pac-Man when you're playing, just no music. I should hear a beep when the computer turns on. I am not hearing a beep when the computer turns on. Which... Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, this TV is stupid. Y'all are never gonna believe this. Okay, here was my problem. So, when I thought the sound was turned up, this is what I saw. So, I thought the sound was turned up all the way. No, it uses red to indicate the sound is on. All right, it's working. All right, it's working. We have sound. Silly Magnavox TV, yes, indeed. All right, we have sound. Yay! All right, and we have... Mike Smith says, ID10T error. Yeah. To be fair, I don't have the user manual for the TV. It's one Grandpa probably bought at a yard sale for, quote, a little bit of nothing. End quote. Francois says, oh, I played Pac-Man on an X4 table on Saturday. Fun. Jesse's laughing. Yep. Sylvestron, now that once I got the sound, Sylvestron says, Yeah, I think I preferred the sound of silence. Ron says that sound won't be in my nightmares for anything. Hi, Ron. Welcome. Francois says the green. Seriously? Jean-Francois Parr says silly magnet box TV. Yeah. Ron says I played the crap out of this game as a kid. Francois says, oh no, I knew I should have gone to bed earlier. Sylvester says TV was like April Fools. Mike says that is stupid. Who the heck makes volume up red? A mom. Jamie's Hack Shack. Hi, Jamie. Jesse says, I'm glad I'm not the only one using a TV from Grandpa. Yeah. All right. Okay, so my TI-99 4A is still in working order. It has made it past the hurdle to be on the VCF East display. Jesse says, although mine is much newer. Yeah. Well, a lot of the, well, actually, when I asked Grandpa for this TV, it was a number of years ago. It was probably 8 years ago. But anyways, if you've ever wanted to check out a TI-99 4A of your very own, oh, I'll have one at my VCF East table. I also will say that if you're ever in the market for one, they're like very plentiful, so don't fall for any tricks of a seller saying these are rare. They are, at least in the US, they are still seemingly fairly common because I think a lot of people bought them when they went on sale for like $49, probably played them for a few minutes and then stuck them in an attic for something newer. Probably when they realized that they wanted more games. Yeah, Mike says the TI-99 4 is rare. Yes, but the 4A is not. Because TI, like, produced the snot out of them. Joe says, Justin is looking even more like a train conductor, and it's looking good. Yeah, thanks, Joe. And hi, Joe. All right, so the TI-99 4A is working. I'm sure the joysticks are not. I just realized I forgot to put a part on the Mac Plus. I'll fix it later. I just realized the shield for the Mac Plus is still on my bench. Oh, well, we'll deal with that later. All right, moving on. Let me go grab the next computer that needs to be tested. Francois says, is this a robbery? No! This is a science experiment! Yeah. All right. Let's double check that my VIC-20 is still working. I am going to pick up the bubble wrap that I keep stepping on. There we go. Okay, I should probably point out now that I had been thinking of doing a giveaway of VIC-20s at VCF East, but I have come to the realization I don't have room on my table to do it. Yes, Goot wick is actually really good wick. I buy the good stuff. Alright, so if I do a quick check of the pinout of the VIC-20, I am going to see that, yeah, it should be the exact same pins as the TI-99-4A. It just supplies 6 volts RF instead of 12 volts. So let's so this is one of those 3 VIC-20s I bought from a seller that were in the box and everything, one of which was a pet keys. So this one is the one that had the broken key and stem. And quite honestly, I couldn't tell you which one was broken because the donor keyboard, the keys looked about the same as this one. So I couldn't tell you which one was broken now. All right, so let's see here. Oh, there we go. Okay, sound works. I will have to get a joystick. Wait a minute, I should have a working joystick now. Hold please while I find the joystick I bought in Myrtle Beach. The seller told me that she cleaned it and made sure it worked, so... Ah, here it is. I believe this one's it, because it's got the $10 price tag on it. Jamie's asking, did you say Fertile Myrtle? Well, if that's what you refer to Myrtle Beach as in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Where I was in vacation. Oh. Jamie says, yes, maybe a sandlapper thing, yes. All right, so I am going to turn the volume down on my TV. Okay, so F1 is joystick. Obviously, wow, there we go. Let me turn the volume down some more so that the audience can still hear. Okay. Yeah, my VIC-20 works. I just can't use Droid Cam and play the game at the same time. So, yeah, there we go. The joystick I paid $10 for at a game shop at one of the... it was one of the Tangier outlets at Myrtle Beach. It's the Tangier outlet that is, I think, off the Conway exit. So, yeah. Thomas says I'm video lighting from work. Yes. So the VIC-20 works. I'll remove the tag from it because it's the tag of shame from where I repaired it. Anyways, so I have a working joystick. It's a generic one. It works. And if I can remember the name of the video game shop, oh, actually, you know, hold on. I posted some photos on my Instagram when I was there. Let me just scroll back to October in my Instagram. Yeah. my photos of the dog. It's the game room. The game room. Yeah, it's at the Tangier outlet off Route 501. Ah, all right. We'll talk to you later, Sylvestron. Yeah. So yeah, yep. Jamie's asking the game room. Yep, that's it. That's yeah, attached to the Gap. Yep, that's the one. That's where I got this one. Yeah, we were at the outlet, and I think my brother and sister-in-law noticed that shop in the list of in the list of stores, and so when we went over to the outlet shop, I made a point to go walk around and see what they had, and that's where I picked up this joystick. I picked up a totally legitimate NES clone, and I think there was like one other thing I picked up. I don't remember what it was. It's probably not important. Anyways, yeah, there we go. So the VIC-20, I'll have a joystick with the VIC-20. The TI-99 4A, I will have the paddles with me. The paddles that no one will want to use because they're truly awful. The Color Computer 2, I'm bringing with the speech cartridge. I've already verified that that's working, so I'm not going to bother to look at that tonight. And the Yamaha Music Computer, I'll have a number of cartridges. So that would actually, though, be handy to know that I have the... Oh, that's going to be a pain in the rear to test. Let me check my notes. I already attempted to... So yellow's video, red is probably audio. White was the modulator. Yeah, I think the CX5M follows the Commodore pinout, so I'm going to be good there. So I guess if I modify 2 more of these cables the same way I did this one, insulate off the white connector, because that's where the RF power is on all 3 of these platforms that use that connector. My Coco just, it has a mod in it that just uses a TRRS connector. Yes, my TRS 80 color computer uses a TRRS connector for video. That is totally not confusing. All right, let me go grab a music computer, assuming I don't trip over this power cord I forgot to unplug. All right, there we go. Great. So I know this music computer works, at least it did on Sunday. This is actually my first music computer that I bought probably 7 years ago. I wasn't streaming on YouTube, but I was watching YouTube videos and saw a video from the CRT dude about this computer and thought it was cool, and I bought one, and then I bought a whole bunch more for parts because I wasn't sure if this one would work. So, turns out this one just had a bad memory chip. One of my coworkers helped me fix it back then. Some of the other parts computers actually have bad keyboards. So how many do I have that I could probably make working? Probably 3. If that. Now this is why this is going to be annoying to test. Because this computer has a keyboard that is not going to fit on my bench. Well, not with that attitude, it won't. All right, let me close the iFixit kit before I launch it into space and never find the bits and end up having to buy another one. All right. So this is definitely not the recommended way to use this, but the keyboard plugs into the synthesizer module, which is on the left side of the computer. All right. Oh, good night, Francois. All right. So now I need an audio cable because I know the audio is going to work from the CX5M to the TV, but what I don't have, I need an audio cable from the synth module because I think that's where we're going to hear the synth, and that's what I need to test. So actually, I'm going to do us all a favor. I'm going to plug the music computer's video into my scaler so that you all can see what I'm doing. But I'm going to plug the audio of the synthesizer into the television so that you can hear what the synthesizer is outputting. That and that. All right. Okay. So power on. There we go. Jamie says I picked up one of those smaller Extron scalers after hearing Ron and Gutbomb talk about them. Pretty spiffy. Yep, this one's my Atlona scaler. All right, so there we go. So the synthesizer module in this computer has a built-in program. To launch it, all we have to do is call music. And there we go. We have, I think it should be set up for 4 voices. And I'm trying to remember. Is it F3? Oh, there we go. So we'll change the voice on channel 1 to trumpet, I think. Oh, we'll solo that voice. Oh, okay. I don't know how to use this. I'd have to read the manual. All right, so I don't know what's going to happen if I hit keys on the keyboard. Oh, wait. Oh, it actually shows the key on the screen. That's cool. I don't know how to play a keyboard. Wow, that is like really cool. How many key polyphony do we have? Oh, two voices. Duh. It's on the screen. Two voices. All right, that is like really cool. And if you're wondering, the synth module has a it's not the OPL2 or the OPL3, but it is one of Yamaha's synthesizer chips. I mean, it totally is a legitimate Yamaha synthesizer in the synth module. It's a 8-channel, 4-operator. It's the YM2151. Yeah, it's the OPM for FM operator type M. So I don't think it's I don't know how it's related to the OPLs, but anyways, yeah, it's a Yamaha OPM, and I mean, but it's totally a Yamaha synthesizer. So I guess if anyone's wondering, the synthesizer module. Here's a picture of the synthesizer module inside. So there's the. There it is. There's the YM2151. So there's the actual synth. And then there's a bunch of support chips. But anyways, so the keyboard plugs into this proprietary connector, and there's the audio. It does have MIDI in and out, but the built-in music, call music. Oh, actually, the built-in music on this version, because I think I've got I think I pulled one that has the newer synth module. I think it actually would support a MIDI keyboard. But I'm going to take the Yamaha, the proprietary keyboard that came with it, because I don't really have a MIDI keyboard that takes up at most the same amount of space. Because the thing is, this Yamaha music computer is going to take half the width of a 6-foot table, but because the show's theme is the sound of music, I'm totally doing it. I think this computer fits the theme of the show. Now, one thing I am going to bring with me, and let me go grab it. The cartridge is sitting on the table over here. I've got a cartridge. I'm going to bring a couple of the cartridges, but I've got one that I think is really neat. Well, I thought I had it down here. Hopefully, maybe I didn't have it down here. Oh, that's right. Alright, so I may bring this cartridge, because I've got, I think I've got more than one of them. For potential shenanigans. So, there were cartridges available. This one's the MIDI recorder cartridge. I think it's one that actually auto-starts. Can't really demo it, though, because I don't have a MIDI keyboard. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe this one doesn't auto-start. Some of them don't auto-start. You have to actually, like, call them. Okay, this one's, I think, one you have to call, and I don't know how you call it right offhand. Other cartridges that were available for this, and I'll, there's a basic cartridge that adds music commands to basic, and they're not like music commands for the built-in. So the MSX standard specifies a sound chip that manufacturers had to install to be compliant with the spec. And the Yamaha CX-5M does have that sound chip in it. It's I'm looking it up here so I don't misquote what it is. It's not, Yamaha made them, but it's not a Yamaha synthesizer chip. It's the AY38910. And I think from BASIC you can program that chip without any special add-ons you have to use. And it also uses the TMS9918 graphics chip. But if you want to use the Yamaha synthesizer from BASIC, they actually made a BASIC cartridge that you would plug in, and it would extend BASIC so that you could actually use the synthesizer module from BASIC. And you could actually play notes through the synthesizer sound chip. And the really cool thing is, there's another cartridge, which I have somewhere, that lets you create patches for the built-in synthesizer, and you save those to a disk or tape. And then the basic cartridge supports loading those patches in from disk. So you have to create them with the program to create patches, but you load them in from disk with BASIC because it supports loading them. And then you can actually play the synthesizer module with your own custom patches. But wait, there was more about this system. The reason why this sold so well is Yamaha also made cartridges for this that would let you program your like DX7 and your DX9 and some of their other synthesizers and drum sequencers. So you'd plug those in with MIDI, you'd put the cartridge in to program them, and you got it was a text-based GUI, but you basically got a screen where you could actually change the parameters of the patch, see what you were doing on screen, and then send it to your keyboard. And I think there were a number of rock bands that I can't think of them right offhand, but they're known to have had Yamaha DX7s or DX9s, and they had a CX-5M to program their keyboards because they used their own patches. So, yeah, this is like a really cool MSX computer. This will get a dedicated video at some point. I'm tempted to go... Well, no, I'm not going to go up and get cartridges. I got to leave something for people going to VCF East. Anyways, I'm going to grab a couple of the cartridges that I have for taking to VCF East. But anyways, I'm going to, when I hook this up at VCF East, I will have the built-in sound hooked to the TV, but I'm going to take a separate set of speakers so that I can plug the stereo sound from the synthesizer into a better set of speakers. So that if someone's trying out this computer, then you get both sound sources. Because that's the one thing about the synthesizer module, partly because there's no stereo out, is the synth module doesn't pass audio into the system to come out of this connector. It uses a set of stereo RCA jacks on the side for audio. Hey, I'm glad to see my keyboard works. And, anyways, yep, a CX5M. I have a few of them, but I think this one's my favorite because it's got the newer synth module. So Yamaha released these with the, trying to remember the model name. I'll remember it as soon as I turn this upside down. So if you're ever seeing these on eBay, hopefully the seller took a picture of the bottom, because that's how you'll know which synth module's in it. So the early units come with an SFG01 synthesizer module. Now, that version of the synth module does not support MIDI in and out. You have to use the proprietary keyboard. But I think partly because people complained that, why does this have MIDI and you can't use a MIDI keyboard to play the synth in here? Yamaha released the SFG05, and it supports MIDI in as well. So you can not only use the proprietary keyboard, but you can use MIDI in. So I think that's why this is my favorite, is because it has the... Now, given the serial number on this, I think someone upgraded this post-purchase with the synthesizer module, but this is the synth module that came with it. Because it's... Although, I've also figured out that maybe Yamaha wasn't the best at giving computer serial numbers, but this one's serial number 1867, and it's got an SFG05, whereas I have a couple of these that are much newer units. In fact, I think all the other ones I have are newer, have later serial numbers. I think this is my earliest serial numbered one. I have later serial numbers, and they have an SFG01 in them, so I think whoever owned this one upgraded it with the newer synth module at some point. And I don't know that I have any that shipped with the SFG05 originally, because I don't know how many Yamaha shipped. But anyways, this is a really cool computer. So this is the one I'm going to take to VCF East, partly because it's the first one I pulled out of the box. I pulled it out of the box because I recognized the serial number, and it worked, so there was no need to pull additional ones out of the box, because a bunch of the ones I have keyboard problems. Unfortunately, this is, despite the fact this looks like a nice keyboard, and it's okay to type on, this is a membrane keyboard, and unfortunately the membranes like to break down, so I have a number of these that the keyboards just don't work. Someday I'm going to go through them and piece them together so that I have 3 completely working units. And the reason why I would do something so crazy is because I'd like to have one that I have an SFG01 in, one that I have the SFG05 in, and then I have one that has an SFG01 that I upgraded to be an SFG05. So I can make it so that I have 3 completely working, then I can... I'll probably do a video on these, and that way I can at least swap them out in the video and just swap cables and go on. Because it is a rather neat computer. So anyways, so I guess there's a preview. I've gotten a preview so far of the computers I have for my exhibit that are pretty much they're going to be there unless something drastic happens to them in the next couple days. But so we've got the Yamaha CX5M, we got a VIC-20, we got a TI-994A, and I've got the Color Computer 2, and a Mac Plus. And I also am pretty sure I'm going to bring an LTE 5400 to run the coolness demo. Now, one change I've made from my list of I would like to take these computers is I'm actually not going to bring my first PC rebuild because it's taking up too much table space. If I'd been able to sign up early enough, I was going to actually request 3 tables. And now that I see how much room vintage computers actually take when you actually kit them up with a keyboard and mouse and display and everything, I think I can see that I definitely could have filled 3 computers with fun and interesting computers, but unfortunately, the first PC rebuild project was just taking too much table space up because I wanted to set it up so that you could actually see in it, but also still use it, and that was just taking up way too much space on the table. It was pretty much going to mean that I was going to have a Mac Plus, an LTE 5400 that was almost barely going to fit, and my first PC rebuild. Although, if I realize that I have too much power draw and I have to cut back, well, I mean, there's still a chance it could make the squeeze in under the buzzer, but I was trying to find a way to fit a slightly better arrangement of computers on the second table. Because the Mac Plus and the LTE 5400 take up about half the table by the time I put speakers on the LTE 5400 so you can really hear it. And I was trying to finagle a way that I could find... Oh, that's right. That's what... Okay, the problem was That's right. I was running out of room because I also need to have a place for the buttons because I was going to sell some buttons, and it was getting to the point where I had nowhere to put those. That's because I've got the buttons that are... So I've got free buttons and stickers, but I also have the pay what you want buttons that are my premium designs. And it was looking like if I bring my first PC rebuild, then there was going to be absolutely no room for those buttons to go on any table at all. I was like, yeah, because I didn't want to stick myself into that sticky point. I'm sure some people would like to get their Wheel of Regrets buttons. But, I guess there's still a chance I could realize that I'm having trouble filling the table. So now, here's the point, and maybe you all in the chat can help me out here. So I found a list on Tinker Different. Well, I didn't find so much as 1-bit. I think put it in the VCF East channel on the Macintosh Friends Discord. 1-bit posted the link the other day with the list of big box games he recommended to play. And I started looking at that list and I was like, wow, some of these games have really good soundtracks. And it would be really neat if I could somehow get 4 computers onto the second table so that I could have some DOS computers set up to play these various games. Because some of the games, and I'm trying to find the link to the list so I can actually pull it up. It's like some of these games have really, really good soundtracks. All right, so there we go. So anyways, thanks to 1-bit for putting this list together. But they are color-coded as to what kind of system they need to run on. But I was looking at this, I'm like, Dune. at least one of the Dune games has a really good soundtrack. I mean, that one probably does too, but, and, Secret of Monkey Island. Not necessarily safe for YouTube, but it's got a good soundtrack. Space Quest, those are always good. The Might and Magic 3. Might and Might 3. I think that's a typo. I think that probably should say Might and Magic 3. Of course, Doom and Wolfenstein 3D, those are always popular. But I'm like, wow, if I could squeeze another computer on the table, then I could have, Retro KVLT Tyrion, yes. I think someone else added some more games down here. But yeah, Tyrion definitely has a good soundtrack, and that would be on my list of, it's a pity it's excluded from the list. But anyways, here's some more suggestions. And I'm commenting on ones I've played, but, or heard. Descent, that one's got a good soundtrack. Jazz, Jackrabbit. Oh, that right there sealed it, like, Jazz Jackrabbit, that's got a really great soundtrack on it. Commander Keen, I remember playing that. What? Commander Keen only needs a 286. Wacky Wheel. Oh, okay. I don't remember the soundtrack for Wacky Wheels, but I remember having fun playing Wacky Wheels. But I was like, yeah, it's like, if I could squeeze another computer on the table, because I was taking the LTE more for the coolness demo, because I didn't really want people playing games on it, because the keyboards are kind of fragile, and I really don't, stacking multiple keyboards side by side takes up a lot of room. I was like, I mean, I'll probably have some games on it, but they'll be different types than I would on a PC with a full-size keyboard. I was like, if I could only squeeze another PC or two on the table, because there's games on this list that will run good on a 286, and I wanted to take my talking 286. I was like, if I could squeeze another computer on the table, then I could potentially take a 486 or a Pentium that would be the sweet spot for some of these other games with really good soundtracks. But I can't do that if I've got my first PC rebuild on the table, because it takes too much table space to set the case on the side so you can see in it. So that's kind of why I'm thinking it's out, so I can try to pull off a couple games on some PCs, games that have really good soundtracks. And I'd even pull out some of my good sound cards from the box to put in them. I got, some of these games, I think at least one bit commented on, like, here we go. Best heard with Sound Blaster with FM Synth, Dune. Yeah, I can definitely do that easily. Best heard with Gus, despite other choices with those games. I mean, I could put a Pico Gus in a computer. Okay, I'm not going to have room for MIDI out or MT30. I don't have an MT32. And I'm not going to have table room to put an external MIDI out, necessarily. Hi, CDI, welcome. CDI says, keyboard levels, cinder blocks, and 2x4s. Oh, problem is, I don't have enough time before I gotta pack the car to build keyboard levels. That'll have to be a next year goal for next year. Because at the moment, I need to make sure I can make it there, and my little. So So anyway, yeah, I don't have time to try to rig up something to make keyboard levels. That and tomorrow I've got 2 contractors coming to the house. Well, actually, I've got 2 contractors coming to the house tomorrow. It's why I'm kind of also hesitant to buy anything more for the display, because this weekend I discovered that my other heat pump is not working correctly. When I tried to turn the air conditioning on Saturday, when it got to like 78 degrees outside, and it was starting to feel stuffy upstairs. So yeah, I'm kind of afraid of what that one's going to entail, because it's seemingly the exact same symptoms as my first heat pump. And that was a leaky coils. So I'm not looking forward to that. But then the other contractor is a plumber, because I need them to fix a leak before I go out of town this weekend, because the pressure regulator in my house, it's the device right after the main water cutoff in the house. It regulates the pressure from the water main to limit the pressure of the water in the house. So it prevents because if words escape me, the water main could be at a higher pressure than you want in residential plumbing. So the pressure regulator limits the pressure to a safe pressure for the indoor plumbing, and it has started to leak when water is running. So I really do need to get that fixed before I go out of town, because if I'm in town, I would be able to, if it were to start to leak when water is not running, if I am around town, then it would be an easier to fix than if I am in town. I do not feel comfortable replacing that part myself. You are not going to convince me to replace that part myself, because there is a copper pipe. So the fitting coming, the main water shutoff is on a copper pipe. It is connected to the copper pipe. The thing is, there are projects where I am willing to try to fix. I am willing to try to fix and risk having to go to Lowe's 12 different times to fix. However, when we are talking about the main pressure regulator, which is after the main cutoff in the house, but is like something that if I don't get it fixed, I have no water in the house. It is also a device that is sitting near a shelf with computer parts on it that I would prefer not to get sprayed with water. I would rather have a plumber that's done this before and has all the parts in their truck where they can just replace it and be done. Jeremy, I don't have the experience to repair copper pipe. I have never done copper pipe before. This is not the repair to learn copper pipe repair on, because it is I don't have water in the house if I don't get it fixed item, and I would rather not have to call the plumber emergency hours when I've totally failed to fix it. Therefore, I am going to call the plumber normal hours, and the only thing that they torqued me off about was they would not give me pricing for the pressure regulator over the phone. However, I was having trouble finding a plumber that would come to my subdivision, so I relented and scheduled an appointment with them. They are the same company it's the same company that is coming to look at the HVAC system. They also do plumbing. Which is why I relented and figured I'd give them a call back even though they would not tell me how much the pressure regulator would be to replace over the phone. It kind of struck me the wrong way. You can always word it as the ballpark estimate is, and give me a huge swing. Oh. Anyways, oh, yeah, oh, I couldn't tell you who you were talking to, Jeremy. Oh, yeah, CDI is, talking about repairing copper pipe. Yeah, anyways, so yeah, I'm probably going to be sad tomorrow evening after I've paid 2 contractors. But hopefully I won't have a water leak that I have to worry about this weekend. I'm not sure the air conditioning is going to be fixed. I'm afraid they're going to have to order parts, but at least the heat pump is under a parts warranty. I'm just afraid of what the labor is going to cost. Although if it's the same problem as the heat pump I just had repaired, then I know how much it'll cost, and, well, I'll be sad, but it won't be a VCF East stopper. It'll just be a... Justin will probably not buy anything from consignment stopper, because I will have spent it all on air conditioning and plumbing. And gas and tolls and lodging. So, yeah, anyways, I am looking forward to VCF East, even if getting there requires me to make sure I don't come home to an active, massive leak of epic proportions. So, I guess after that, my verging on that was almost too complainy for my standards. But yeah, I do have the coffee go links in the description. But that, even if that goal meter doesn't move one more bit, I'm still going to be at VCF East. It will just probably mean I'll buy nothing at consignment. I would say that it would also mean I'm not going to take the toll roads, but I've looked at how long it'll take to get there if I don't take the toll roads, and, well, I'm taking the toll roads. At least to get there. I mean, maybe I might reconsider driving back, but, yeah, I'm taking the toll roads to get there. I am not going the non-toll route. Not on a Friday morning. Frogman's asking, good grief, how much are the toll roads? I actually don't exactly know, because there's like 3 or 4 different toll jurisdictions. That is a good question. You know, maybe I'll look it up right here, right now. Alright, so, okay. So, sorry, Commonwealth of Virginia. I am hoping to not fall for the I-66 and I-49 495 express lanes in Northern Virginia. I don't really want to fall for those, so Virginia's not going to get any of my toll money, hopefully. Hey, yeah, just watch. Traffic will be all jammed up, and I have to take them at the most expensive congestion pricing just to be able to move anywhere in a reasonable amount of time. All right, I think the first toll that I will have to pay if I'm going to get through the Baltimore metro area at any reasonable amount is the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Fortunately, the way I would be driving, I would not be having to take the Key Bridge anyways. So I would be on the road that would need to take the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And the Fort McHenry Tunnel costs... This is how you all will know how much it will cost me to drive up to VCF East. toll rate tables. All right. Maryland toll rates. All right. Fort McHenry Tunnel. Easy Pass, out-of-state rate. 2-axle. Okay, that one's going to be $4. Because I'm out of state, but I do have an Easy Pass, so that one will be $4. All right, that's not too bad. Yep. Actually, I'm going to write these down because I will probably need to preload my Easy Pass with some money because I have a feeling I don't have enough on the account. And I will probably go through enough on one way or the other that I'll need to preload some money so that I don't get a nasty gram from the Easy Pass authority that my Easy Pass was issued from, but it was not issued from Maryland. So, all right. I think that is the only toll road in Maryland that I absolutely need to take. I think the next one is going to be the Delaware Turnpike. I believe. Yep, that's I-95. Tolls on the Delaware Turnpike. How much does it cost to take the Delaware Turnpike? Oh, that's not bad. All right, it looks like for a 2-axle vehicle to travel the full length of the Delaware Turnpike, it is $4. You cannot pay with just a license plate on this toll road. Okay, excellent. I do have a Easy Pass. All right. So $4. That's not bad. Oh, maybe the tolls aren't as much as I thought they would be. All right. The next one that I think you only pay on one direction, and I don't know if it's the Delaware or the New Jersey side. There is the Delaware Memorial Bridge. I believe you pay coming back from New Jersey because everything costs money in New Jersey. Let's see here. That's the... All right, the Delaware Memorial Bridge. This one I think is a little bit pricey, but they only charge you one way, I believe. Let's see here. Ah, yes. Okay. All right. Passenger car, Delaware Memorial Bridge is going to be $5 because I don't have a New Jersey or Delaware Easy Pass. So, okay. That's still cheaper than I thought it was. And I believe you pay it coming back into Delaware. Because I don't think they charge you going into New Jersey. Oh, actually, they raised the toll rate on that today. Ah, cool. All right. Yeah, so far, 5, 4, and 4, that's $13. I'm at about a third a tank of gas for tolls in my car. All right, and then I think the next one I have to take is the New Jersey Turnpike. However, this one, I don't think I'm on very long, so I have a feeling I will have to pull up. I will have to ask it how much it will cost for the exit to exit. Let's see here. I am a passenger car. Entry location is the Delaware Memorial Bridge. And exit is... All right. Hold, please. I'm going to have to pull up the... I'm going to have to pull up the driving directions because I actually don't know which exit you get off the New Jersey Turnpike. But I do know I am not driving the entire width, so therefore... All right. Actually, if I left right now... Oh, I do need to tell Apple Maps... Let's see here. I am not trying to avoid tolls. Actually, it'd only take me 5 hours to get there if I left now. However, that would be way too early. Let's take exit 7A towards Shore Points. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Entry is Delaware Memorial Bridge. Exit is exit 7A. Payment method is Easy Pass Peak or Weekends, because that's going to be the... Oh, there we go. So the New Jersey Turnpike, if I'm going through on a peak time between the Delaware Memorial Bridge and exit 7A, which I think is where I get off to go to Wall, that is going to be a whopping $7.05. Oh, that's not too bad at all. Why am I freaking out about tolls? Yeah, Jeremy says, Delaware to New Jersey is free. New Jersey to Delaware has a toll. Yeah. So... Jeremy says, the free route is near Philly. Well, I don't really want to go anywhere near Philly. Okay, I'm okay with these tolls. Now, the ones that I'm not really okay with, if anyone wants to know why in the world I dread the I-66 express lanes. Here we go. I'm going to pull up the tolls on that. They make these tolls look like a walk in the park. Although I think so. All right. So, all right. So, wait a minute. This is the... Oh, I got the wrong... thank you, Commonwealth of Virginia. That's the wrong... Oh, that's nice. Apparently the Commonwealth of Virginia has a malicious link on their website. I will have to contact them about that. That is really awesome that I can't calculate the toll because the website you linked is being flagged as malicious, and that's suspicious. Yeah, sure enough. That's the wrong toll calculator. All right. All right. Toll roads. There's like some domain, tollroadsinvirginia.com, and Bitdefender is flagging it as malicious. which seems really odd that the state of Virginia would link that site if it was actually malicious. It is quite possible that they are being just overly cautious, because I am clearly on VDOT's website, the Virginia Department of Transportation. I know that I am on the actual government website right now, but yeah, when I went to when I followed the link for the other toll roads in Virginia, Bitdefender is flagging it as malicious. Maybe I'll open it in a... Alright, I'm going to open it in a private window, because it could... well... Oh yeah, this is totally a state-run website, Bitdefender. Site is secure. I'm looking at the SSL certificate. Security. View certificate. Issued to the Virginia Department of Transportation. This is totally a legitimate state of Virginia website. Okay, Bitdefender is... Okay, I think Bitdefender's in the wrong here, not the state of Virginia, because this is totally a VDOT website. This is the actual legitimate website. All right, let's go to the 66 Express Lanes website, where we will actually... Okay, they unfortunately have to give warnings about what it will look like if they actually have to contact you for tolls. Dynamic tolling, your price locks in. All right. Do they not have... Oh, here we go. Tolling segments. There we go. No. You know, it should be... All right, I'm about to get mad at a state website because there is no transparency here. They literally are seemingly going out of their way to not give you potential toll pricing before you go on it. Or like, you'll see the price on the sign. No, you should have to post what the pricing could be on the website. This should not be a hidden mystery. You shouldn't, yeah, it's like they're telling you how the signage works on the road. Oh, would you like to see what your trip on the express lanes might cost? Thank you. All right. Finally, I found it. It should not be that hard. All right, so there's where I would get on the express lanes if I did take the I-66 express lanes, and I would be getting off at the I-495 general purpose. Yeah, okay. $10.70 for the I-66 express lanes if they are not congestion pricing. Oh, Google Maps says, try Google Maps to see if it is populated. Let me guess. Google Maps is going to be more transparent than the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I probably should have screen shared, but I didn't want it to... I was afraid I would potentially get to a point where it might show something I didn't want to show on stream. That's why I wasn't screen sharing. All right. All right, so I'm on Google Maps. I think this is... I think we're to the point where I can screen share on Google Maps because I'm not on I'm not on a state website that might show something I don't want you to see. We're on a Google and I'm not signed into Google. So anyways, let's see here. I just typed in I-66. I got to figure out where in I-66 it dropped me. Let's see. That's Haymarket. That's Gainesville. Hold on. That's 66, 60. I'm looking for... Oh, there we go. Here we go. Here's where I would actually get on. I think this is about where I would get on the express lanes if I was getting on. And... I don't... Oh, wait. Layers... It doesn't look like... Doesn't really look like Google Maps is populating the price. Oh, it tells me where Carfax is. But it sure is not showing me what the toll might be. All right, well, I guess Google Maps isn't more transparent than the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right. All right, so I guess the moral of the story is, which I could have looked up at some point. So it looks like the tolls one way are going to be about $20. $20 if I don't take the express lanes in Virginia. And if I do take the express lanes in Virginia, that's going to be another like $16 plus. Now you see why I'm going to try not to take the express lanes in Virginia, because that basically doubles my toll price, and that's assuming there's not congestion pricing. Yeah, we're not going to take those express lanes in Virginia. Not if I can help it, because that's like double the price. Also, this does tell me that I really only need to preload my Easy Pass with about another $20 or so. That way there's enough toll in the account to get there, and then it'll refresh the next day. So, yeah. I already did log into my Easy Pass and make sure that the payment method is correct and updated. I do need to remember to go I need to buy some more Velcro to actually attach it to the windshield, because one of the pieces of Velcro fell off the windshield. But yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the sad thing is, I can go from Maryland all the way to Wall, and the toll's like $20. But if I take the express lanes in Northern Virginia, it pretty much doubles it. That's just ridiculous. And actually, I think Chris told me that most of that money for the Virginia toll lanes actually goes to the consortium that's running the toll roads, not actually the state of Virginia. So the amount Virginia's getting from someone using the express lanes is, yeah, not a lot. So I'm like, oh, so I would be paying some out-of-state group that toll money, and Virginia's getting a small fraction of it. Yeah. Yeah, and I thought New Jersey was going to be the state with the expensive toll roads, and it seems like Virginia's one up them. Now, of course, before you think that all the toll roads in Virginia are expensive, no, there's actually some toll roads in Virginia that are downright reasonable. Just not in Northern Virginia. Yeah. The toll roads around Richmond are much more reasonable. And I think for a lot of them, it's also easy to not have to take them. There's plenty of alternatives that don't add too much to your travel time. But anyways, yeah. Okay, so I guess at least for the toll money, I guess I'm looking at about if I can behave myself and not take the Virginia Express lanes. It looks like I'm about $40. Oh, no, actually, it's actually about $35 in tolls for the round trip, because one of these tolls is the $5 for the Delaware Memorial Bridge, and that one I only pay one way. So, yeah, really it's about $17.50 in tolls per direction, because one way it'll be $20 and the other way it'll be $15. Give or take $1. That's not too bad. Gas, I'll probably end up spending about $100 in gas. I was lamenting today at lunch whether I would rather pay for gas in Delaware, potentially at one of the gas stations off the Delaware Turnpike, or let some uninterested, unenthusiastic fuel attendant in New Jersey fill my car with gas. It's kind of a tough choice. Government, rest area, gas prices, or unenthusiastic, unexcited fuel attendant putting fuel in my car. There, that's a good one for the chat. Which would you rather do? It's like, the thing is, since I've owned my car, I bought the car new. So since I bought the car, I think there's only been one person that's put fuel in it other than me. And that's because Grandma made her do it, I think. Yeah. They needed, I guess it was one trip I'd made up to their house, and they ran out of milk or something, and my car happened to be, I pulled in last, so my car was blocking everyone else in the driveway. So she was like, my aunt was like, either you're going to give me your keys and I take your car, or you're going to have to back out to let someone else out. And I was like, okay, here's my keys. I just got here. I don't really want to have to go move my car because I just got here. It's like, because I think I'd just gotten there. So anyways, she gets back and she's like, yeah, I put some gas in your car while I was out. Because your grandma had handed me a 20 to do it or something like that. So yeah, there's only been one person to put gas in my car other than me, and it was my aunt. Jeremy's asking, do I need to check any more computers before my trip? I do, but I don't know that I'm going to do it tonight because I'm struggling to figure out which exact PCs to bring. I mean, I guess I could pull the Emerson 286 on the bench and at least make sure it's working, because if it's not working, then I'll know that it's out as a potential candidate. Why? Did you have something you wanted me to... You thought I should look at it instead? Yeah, I know. I got sidetracked by the question of how much is tolls going to be. Let's see here. Yeah, let me get the music computer off the bench. Oh, just checking. Okay. Yeah, let's, I guess, get the Talking 286 on the bench so I can at least check it. Yeah, and I guess if anyone's wondering about lodging, Well, I've actually already paid for half the room anyways. Because the place I'm staying required you to put a one-night deposit down, so... I've already paid for half the room. Yeah, I know in years past, if anyone's been to VCF East, they apparently have had lodging on site for exhibitors. But apparently, I guess it's probably good I booked my room when I did, even though I'd heard about that. Because apparently this year they're not doing it for... I guess the simplest explanation is political reasons. And it has nothing to do with what you might be thinking that was implying. It's local politics, not what you're possibly thinking politics. I don't know the particulars, but it has something to do with the InfoAge and the township negotiating something. That's kind of the gist of what I've heard. So, as I said, local politics, nothing more. I think I did hear that they're hoping to bring that option back in future years, but that may just depend on how their negotiations go. Yeah, as Sadmax says, that they're not offering it on site. Sad that they're not offering it on site, but at least it's local politics rather than federal. Yes. Yeah, apparently they're... It may be that their lease is up. That might be the... I don't know actually who owns the property. Because I know it used to be a naval or some sort of military base. Oh, there's the keyboard I'm looking at. It was right beside me. But yeah, it has to do with whatever they're negotiating, and apparently it could be related to the fact that they've had people staying in the barracks before, and I guess they didn't want to... I think that... I don't know if the township's totally enthused about it, but from what I heard, I think they didn't want to... They decided it would be best if they didn't have people staying on the barracks until at least they were done negotiating. Jeremy says, I'd love to host a vintage computer event at my place here. It's a former church. Yeah, you definitely have the room for it. All right. Oh, it would help if I would switch the input on the scaler. I did find where I stuck the remote the other day, so I don't have to try to reach the button. I just have to be able to reach the sensor. I guess I could skip the memory test. I'm pretty sure the memory works. There we go. So, yes, this computer has expanded memory. All right. I did swap out what sound card's in it, so I'm fairly sure that it probably... Yeah. CDI says, you do not want people to stay in military barracks. Old ones like World War II built ones are designed to burn. Yeah, that is... Yeah, that could be the gist of it. Because I don't know how old some of the buildings on the property are, but some of them are rather old. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I don't have any sound card drivers installed on this computer. CDS says, when I was in military school and we were in base training, someone had to be up at all hours for fire watch. Alright, so what do I have in this computer at the moment? Because I think I've swapped a few things around since I last showed this on the channel. Let me see if I got the table cam. I don't know if I'm going to be able to zoom out enough. Alright, let me see if I can move some things so I can get the internals in frame. Alright, I guess I can move the window cleaner. Alright, so I have swapped a few sound cards around. I think when I last had this computer on the bench and working, I had my game machine sound card installed. So let me go ahead and turn this off so I can pull the sound card out. But CDI says, lucky enough, my 1 hour watch duty was 5 a.m. Oh, I take it that Revelry was at 6 a.m. So you'd be up anyways? So I have this cute little Aztec 8-bit sound card, which I'm not totally beholden to this being permanently installed in this computer. And I might actually put the game machine back in here for VCF East, because the game machine has the CMS support, Creative Music System. That CDS said, basically. Yeah, I kind of figured that if there was any good time to have Firewatch in the middle of the night, it would be like right after lights out, so that you'd just be staying up an hour extra, or right before the wake-up call, so you'd just be getting up an hour early, but at least you'd have otherwise an uninterrupted night. But anyways, Jeremy says, wake-up call time for me was 03:45 hours. Oof. Anyways, this is an 8-bit Aztec sound card. It does have an OPL. That might be the OPL2. I'd have to look up what it's compatible with, because that is the 3812. Oh, maybe that is an OPL3. Maybe it's just early before they printed OPL3 on it. Anyways. Yeah, it's a cool little 8-bit sound card. But anyways, I decided that a lot of the games for the Creative Music System I thought would be appropriate for one of my Turbo XTs. Because basically you get basically Sound Blaster and Creative Music System support. Jeremy says Sound Blaster 1.5 or Sound Blaster Pro maybe. Yeah, that might be true. But yeah, so at the moment I've got this sound card in here because I was going to put my game machine in my Emerson Turbo XT machine, which, if anyone is curious, if I manage to squeeze another computer on my table, well, I'd like to probably bring something that's fast enough to play something like Jazz Jackrabbit or something, but if I can't get a Pentium that's small enough to fit on the table, but I realize I could squeeze one more computer in, my Turbo XT Emerson might be one that would make the cut, because I don't have to put a mouse with it. Anyways, this is the video card I have in here currently. It's one that RetroTech Chris sent me, I believe. So yeah, it's a GTK VGA1. It's basically, I think, a VGA compatible card. Nothing fancy. Figured it would be appropriate for a 286 era computer, because it's not like it's a thorough screamer of a card. But I'm pretty sure it does VGA. And I figured it'd be good enough for running Windows 286. Because I don't think you have custom video drivers for Windows 286. But that does support VGA. And then this is a network, there's a network card in here that's got the XTIDE BIOS. I had a Cirrus Logic video card in here, but I sent a sound or a video card to Ike's Vintage Tech, and I was going to send him I had a second Cirrus Logic video card identical to it, but I realized that I've got one that had really bad video output and the other had good video output. So I decided I was still going to send him one of those cards, but I decided I should send him the one that had good video output, because I'll at some point repair the bad one. I'm thinking there's just some bad component on it. It's not like I don't have another with the same video chip, but I was going for something I knew was working, because I told him I had plenty of spare cards. I'd send him something that worked, and I decided that Cirrus Logic board was it was the one that came in a box, and I couldn't resist the opportunity to send him a boxed video card. So someday when I have a random item repair stream, that Cirrus Logic card that had bad video output will be on the bench, because I'm thinking it has like a bad ferrite or something like that on it, or in it, because it's acting like it was just acting like noise is getting interjected into it. So, but yeah, it had a Cirrus Logic CLGD5428 chip. It was just I sent him that one so that I didn't have to go digging for another one that I know I have somewhere. It's like, I will dig for the card that I know I have somewhere at some point later. For now, I am going to go for the expedient method of getting him a card so he can test a computer. So anyways, if you watched his video on, I think it was a Gateway 2000 he picked up, he was not sure if he had a good, if the video card that came with it was good, so that's why I was sending him a known working one. Anyways, then I put this GTK one in here because I thought it would be more than enough for a 286 computer. I could skip the memory test. Oh, I gotta go back to screen capture. Alright, so let's see if the sound card works. I am going to use the only game I have installed on here, I believe. So I will be muting, because Universal Music Group will match this with the, at least when I used the Creative Music System, they matched it with a composition. It had a composition claim. So I'm going to mute. I'm going to see if the sound card. It works. As I said, I was Jeremy. I muted during the Ballad of Monkey Island because Universal Music Group will composition claim it. But we do have sound. After I bypassed the Ballad of Monkey Island, I let the music play because last time I played this game on a live stream, that is not. I didn't have problem with the music after the ballad. I had problem with the ballad. So let's go look at poster. Okay, I do see this game is going to require a mouse. Can we look at the moon? No. Look at the... Yeah, no, that intro music is in so many YouTube videos. Interestingly enough, it was like... Granted, I don't know about before they re-released The Secret of Monkey Island, but the change might have happened after they re-released it. So anyways, yeah. If I ever get around to doing my... Can I pick up the poster? Oh. Alright, can I talk to the poster? No. Well, that's no fun at all. Walk to... That's no fun at all that I can't talk to the poster. Oh, walk to the door. Can we open the door? Can we walk to the inside of the building? There we go. Can we talk to the pirate? wasn't for sunshine. Should go talk to the important looking pirates in the next room. All right, this is getting annoying to not to play without a mouse. How do you exit the game? Oh, there we go. You just mash keys until you get a menu. There we go. It actually plays pretty nicely on this computer. All right, and it actually sounds pretty good with the sound card. Not sure how it decided what sound card to use, but it might default to AdLib, so... Anyways, I guess one thing I need to do, and I'll do that Thursday, is I'll have to put some more games on this computer. You know what I need to do? Jeremy gave me a monitor 2 years ago. In fact, he stopped by my house on his way to VCF East 2 years ago, and he gave me a VGA monitor. And, you know, I think it would be quite swell if that monitor worked. I mean, I guess it should, but before I drag it up there, I should probably test it. After all, I kind of feel bad about taking an LCD flat panel for a whole bunch of the 8-bit systems. So I was at least going to try to take something with a CRT. I mean, I guess I got the Mac Plus, so there's that. So, all right, so let's see if this monitor works. I'll have to give it a little bit of a clean if it does. It's a little bit dirty, but nothing I can't handle with some... Actually, that window cleaner will probably clean it up quite nicely. I just need to find the power cord. Power cord. Oh, here we go. Here's a power cord. Oh, that power cord is attached to a monitor. All right. Tip number 2 for a power cord. Oh, wait a minute. I know where I got one. Over on the bench. Yeah, I set up 2 tables near the doors of my basement, only because I didn't really have another place to put them. So I got 2 6-foot tables. I've been mocking up my exhibit on them. Oh, there we go. We got power. Oh, there we go. That's... Alright, let me get Droid Cam running. So... Alright, we got the... Picture's a bit squashed, but let me see if I can't... Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, looks like... Alright. So it looks like there's a deflection issue. I kind of wonder if the monitor needs recapped. Because, well, Jeremy says it's only a 14 or a 50. The problem is I can't expand the image. I couldn't get the image to expand far enough. The image should have... Well, here, let me power it back up again. Yeah, the problem I'm seeing is the image is really squashed. So this is the bottom line of the text output, and this is the top line. So if I come to the menu here, select, and I come to increase the size. So I'm going to... Oh, that's the wrong direction. So that's like as far as it's... That's like as far as it's going. It's like from here to here. I should be able to, I think, adjust the picture to be more like here to here. I think it's more than just pincushion. Yeah, there's something... Something up with the monitor. It's not letting me expand the picture out as far as it should. Well, yeah, I know, Jeremy. It might have worked 2 years ago, but that is the thing about old capacitors. It might have worked 2 years ago, but that's exactly why I test things like this before I take them somewhere. I would pop this monitor open and see if I saw anything obvious. But... Oh. Yeah. Jeremy says, here today, gone out the decks. Yeah. So, I guess I might end up taking a flat panel monitor to go with this computer if I take it. Trying to look to see where the screws are holding this cover on. I'm tempted to... I don't know. I'm not going to take it open tonight. Jeremy says you'll save 0.1 mile per gallon with a lighter monitor. Yeah, I just don't have any beige LCD panels, and I feel somewhat bad, but I'm also totally not going to not take a Dell flat panel if that's what I have. I was kind of hoping to have a beige monitor on something. I was thinking of taking an LC, but my LC monitor is not repairable in time. It looks like this one's going to join my collection of monitors that need repair. I mean, I might have another... Thomas Armstrong says, leave it plugged in and running. Caps might need a wake up. Well, I'm not going to leave it plugged in and running tonight. I will only do that. Jeremy says, if anyone complains about you not bringing a VGA CRT, I suggest referring them to this stream. Will do. They will see that I attempted and failed. I mean, I might have another VGA display in the house. I might also not know which box it's in to be able to bring it downstairs in time for the stream tonight. It also may not work as well. But there is a possibility that I have a stack of 2 potential regrets that were not brought downstairs due to their size and weight. And the fact that I did know that I'm at least going to have to do some sort of minor mitigation to make sure the plumber can get to where he needs to work tomorrow. Well, he's just going to have to deal with the fact that my streaming area is slightly messy, but I at least do need to make a path to the plumbing issue for him. So, yeah, I guess if this computer makes it, then there is a chance it will just have to come with a Dell flat panel, and I will be glad that glad that I have at least some Dell flat panels that I can take. Thomas says, I have a ViewSonic 27-inch that you need to have a chiropractor with you to move it. Yeah. So, all right. Yeah, the thing is, I had wanted to take an LC, but I really don't have the right monitor to take an LC. Unfortunately, my 12-inch RGB monitor, I need to run through the service manual on irregular raster. And the first step is that you need a high voltage probe to check the voltage from the flyback, which I don't have a high voltage probe to be able to check the voltage from the flyback. So repairing that monitor is on hold until I get a high voltage probe, but that's below VCF East on my list. Thomas Armstrong says Dell flat panel displays are great. Yeah, I mean, they are great. And yet they're absolutely, completely boring because they're everywhere in corporate America. But that also means you can usually pick them up really cheap, if not free, which is why I do have a couple of them because... Oh, Dell TV set flat panel. Okay, I don't have one of those. Yeah, I've got a couple of the Dell 4x3 aspect ratio monitors because they were getting rid of them at work because we had migrated to large flat panels, so they got rid of all the 4x3 ones, and they basically put them on a cart in the atrium, and it was basically a, here, take, remove from premises, enjoy, do not bring back. Yeah, Joe L says, love the 2001-2007 FP with 15 kilohertz input. Is that what I have? I don't remember which monitor model I have. Let me see. I've got one on the shelf right here. Let me pull it out. Because it's probably the one I'll take. Because I think by the fact that it's sitting here, probably means I've used it before. Untangle it from the Christmas lights, that is. There we go. Oh, it is a 2007 FPB. Actually, you know, I thought this was a 4x3 aspect ratio display, but quite honestly, that looks like it's kind of widescreen. Well, I guess that's okay if it works. Alright, let me see if I can find a VGA cable to at least see what this display looks like with this VGA card. Because some VGA cards don't look particularly great on flat panel displays, and there's a chance I'll have to swap what's in this computer out for VCF East. There's also a reason why there is no Trident card in this computer, and that's because I already have another 286 with a Trident card built in, so I was trying to give this one something different. Also, Trident cards usually look awful on flat panel displays anyway. I don't want to scare off the young ones with awful video displays. Oh, here we go. This will work. I found an unnecessarily long VGA cable. Wait a minute, why? Oh, actually, that's weird. This monitor is... Oh, that's weird. This monitor's acting like it's actually not working. Okay, I've got power plugged in. The outlet is on. weird. I think this monitor is actually not working. Well, at least I've got like, I think I got... Alright. Well, this... Alright, I've plugged the plug in. I thought these monitors, you press the power button, and even if you don't have anything plugged in, something should happen, and nothing is happening. Alright, I think this monitor has died since I last used it. Alright. Well, I guess this monitor will have to go in my collection of monitors that need repaired. Hopefully it's just something wrong with the power board, and that I might be able to fix. Because, yeah, I plugged power in and nothing's happening, so... Alright. Alright, let me see if I got another... I thought I had another flat panel down here, but maybe I'd have to bring it downstairs. Which won't be tonight. Alright. Worst comes to worst, if I run out of monitors that are takeable to VCF East, my iMac G4 will make an appearance. Oh, unless I take my IBM Aptiva as a Pentium computer. That's right, I got another... Okay, I have a few other possibilities. They're not going to happen tonight, because they'd all involve me bringing stuff downstairs, and it's 5 till. I think I've got another Dell flat panel upstairs. I don't remember what model it is. I don't know if I've tested it. But I do have one more Dell flat panel. So that'd be possibility number 1 for a computer. I have a monitor for an IBM Aptiva. Granted, I guess I could use that on any computer. It's not an IBM specific monitor. I mean, it's an SVGA monitor. But that is a possibility. I'm not dragging that downstairs tonight, because it's a CRT monitor. It's like 15 inches. It, though, would go much nicer with my IBM Aptiva that I got from Bill Lewis. Because, and I don't know, if I can manage to squeeze it on the table, I might bring it as a fast Pentium to play games like Jazz Jackrabbit or some of the games that need a fast Pentium. Because I think pretty much I could just copy some games onto it and it should run. So... let's see here. And then I've got a monitor that's in a box I haven't opened yet, because it was sold as is, so it was not really that pressing to open the box. Doesn't sound like anything's broken. It seems like they packed it well, so who knows? I might have a VGA monitor that might just work. Anyways, oh, I think... Weird shadow on my face. That's what I'm weirded out about. So, oh, I must have something in front of a light. Yeah, I keep, yeah, I'm getting weirded out. Oh, or it's the way my eyebrows are sitting. Anyway, yeah, I'm getting weirded out by this shadow that's coming from somewhere. Anyways, oh, it could also just be my hair is trying to figure itself out from where I had it long and combed it back. So, but yeah, I got this weird shadow from my hat, and it's coming from... Oh. Might be having a problem with that light bulb that's right above me, too. That might be it. Because I've got a couple light bulbs that I installed at the same time, and they're slowly but surely dying, and the one on this side of me was acting weird last night, and this one might be acting weird tonight. Anyways, I don't know. Alright, it's just a shadow from somewhere. I've got a light somewhere that's misbehaving. Or, oh, it could be that I keep bumping my webcam, too. That would also possibly do it. Anyways, so I guess that's all we're going to do for tonight. So we got the Mac Plus, got a termination power diode installed on the logic board, and now it'll boot a external blue SCSI, and I just plug it in and go, so I don't have to worry about forgetting a power adapter. That also frees up a power outlet that's not going to be blocked by a ginormous power adapter, so that's also a plus. Okay, we got the TI-99-4A, figured it out, verified its pinout on the video cable, verified that it worked, and verified that we have sound, so excellent. We've got the Yamaha music computer, verified it works, verified the synthesizer works, verified the keyboard works, so all good there. VIC-20, we made sure the VIC-20 was still working, so all good there. And we checked the LTE 5400 on a previous stream in March, so I'm not worried about that. And then we confirmed that the Talking 286 is still working. So it's one of my, I guess, computers on the bubble. I just need to find a monitor that works to pair with it. Yeah, Jack, it was a good stream. I think I'm feeling optimistic about having 2 tables full of computers that will do fun things, including hopefully some games will from a list of suggestions from 1-bit. It will make a display that 1-bit will be envious over, that all those good games he suggested. So yeah, I think it was a good stream. Okay, so I guess figured out that I have a CRT monitor and yeah, my doctor gloves survived. These are actually quite impressive. So yeah, my Doctorb gloves survived. Yes, I'm a Doctorb of computer repair tonight. I ditched I did actually have my lab coat on earlier, but I ditched it because it's not quite big enough for me to wear while I'm sitting down. Anyways, yeah, so I got a CRT monitor that's on my repair pile now, and I got a Dell flat panel that's on the repair pile now. Those didn't work so well. But, yeah. So anyways, I am not streaming Thursday of this week. That, I will be packing my car and otherwise going to bed early so that I can get up early Friday to drive up to VCF East. I don't usually like to mention my coffee link more than once, but I will mention that I do have the VCF East or bust goal. Been stuck on 52% for a while, so if you can, chip a little bit in. That'll help with gas and tolls and lodging. So, anyways, yep, I've got buttons, I got stickers. I think I'm going to have enough computers. It will be fun. I'm going to meet a lot of cool people I've never met, see friends that I have met. It'll be awesome. Hopefully I'll have some nice computers that will fit the theme of the show and the theme of my table. Computers that my generation grew up with. And if you're there, you'll even get to see the table runners I designed in person. Yeah, I wish you could be there too, Jack. And I'll make sure I get pictures of my display once I get it up. So, because I don't have tablecloths to make my tables look nice. buying 2 tables at $60 a piece was like, okay, I can swing the tables. I'm sure I can use them in the future. I need to mock this thing up, and I'm glad I did, because I was probably going to take 3 tables worth of stuff. Next year, I'm going to try to register earlier so I can actually get 3 tables, because I think I figured out that I can more than fill 3 tables. And the cool thing is, over the course of this year, I will hopefully get some of the potential computers that would have made it repaired, so that next year I can have more cool tables, more cool computers at VCF East. And anyways, see here, I guess other channelish announcements. There is a meetup in the DC area. I think the first weekend of May. I am planning to be there, and I think I may bring my first PC rebuild to that meetup, since I'm not going to manage to squeeze it on my table at VCF East. I may bring that computer to the meetup. 'Cause I'm only going to bring one thing, so I may bring that computer there. But I am planning on being there. I'm also thinking about going to the System Source swap meet at the end of April, potentially, because they're also having a repair workshop. We'll see about that, because I'm actually since I'm exhibiting at VCF East, I'm not sure I'm going to have a lot of time to go to consignment. And at the moment, that I don't know that I'm, especially depending on how much the plumbing repair I need to pay for tomorrow will end up costing. I may have a very slim budget for consignment at VCF East, but I am thinking of trying to go to the swap meet, because then at least I won't be exhibiting, so I would be able to swap and meet, and I could go to the repair workshop afterwards. And hopefully not fall for the tolls in the express lanes on the I-66 and I-495 in Virginia, because those are quite expensive. But anyways, with that, I guess I hope to see you all, some of you all, at VCF East. Otherwise, my next planned live stream will be next Tuesday, where I'm going to... The theme will probably be the VCF East debrief. So anything that people give me, anything I do manage to buy at consignment, because while I may put myself on a slim budget, I'm sure I will pick up something. It's inevitable. Show off pictures of my exhibit for people that can't make it, and so on and so forth. Jeremy's asking, 768 subs stream in the future. Well, I would hope so, but it's going slow. I'm hoping to pick up at least a couple subscribers this weekend. That would make the trip worth it. Although seeing all my friends and meeting new people also makes it worth it. Being able to share some of my computers is a kind of the, I guess, also good. I guess it kind of ties with the meeting new people and seeing my friends and sharing my computers. So anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. When I don't go live on Thursday, hopefully you'll remember it's because I'm packing my car or going to bed early. And yeah, hope to see you all here Tuesday. So with that, I'm going to wish you all a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining me, hanging out in the chat, putting up with me, yada, yada, yada. And with that, I'm going to make sure I have my mouse on the correct button in OBS. Yeah, I'm tired. I need to go to bed now. Getting my acronyms mixed up. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.